Hello and welcome back for more Wizard101. Welcome, Spider-Man, Midwestern Dude, Raymond, Ruffles, Lime, and Speed Freak. I believe last time I left off I was trying to... Okay, I need to get used to actually controlling my character again. I was trying to do some fishing. I also got a bunch of tutorial tips here. But anyway. Did I not pick up the mistwood? No more you spawn here. For whatever reason, I wasn't catching the fish I needed to catch. And Speed Freak, yes. Welcome in. Seems like regions spawn way faster now, or respawn way faster now than they used to. So, last time I made it through Anicorn Way, Train Avenue, and part ways through Firecat Alley. And I think the extended tutorial of the game, or at least what I'd consider to be the extended tutorial, basically consists of the first 4 streets plus the 2 attached caves, which I think I am roughly halfway through at this point. After that is when I think the game starts getting significantly more interesting. So I'm hoping I can actually get to that point. It's because that's when I don't just have a bunch of easy 1v1s to get through. And I also want to actually get some use out of this free fishing elixir so I can get this fishing quest done. Which hopefully won't take too long. I'm kind of surprised that I haven't caught the fish that I'm looking for yet. Especially considering I keep catching other fish I need, but not fish or XP. It is an ice fish, and I'm using the ice lure. You do get some decent goals from fishing. Even after... Even considering you need to pay for more fishing lures, spells, and whatnot. Plus, I think you can actually find some good ones this way. So I'm not really counting on it. First Pier should not be this rare. I do think it kind of ended up rushing to finish preparing for stream today. I ended up sleeping in a little again. Largely because I was just struggling to sleep last night, and sleep I did end up getting was very choppy. But I ended up spending a chunk of the day on video editing as well. I'm sorry to hear. It happens, but hopefully I can sleep better tonight. We shall see. My sleep has been pretty sparse. Yeah, that's rough. Sorry to hear that. Right, keep catching these. Where are the shark spears? I think my new run and bun video is very close to being done. I just need to clean up the audio a bit, I think. The hot air frames I've been needing to deal with kind of makes it end up being choppy anyway in places. But if my issue's been just laying down and not sleeping, that's mainly it. It can be hard to sleep when it's noisy and bright and very warm, despite my efforts to cool my apartment down. And of course it's summer, so I'm gonna have to deal with all of that. And that feeling ready to sleep and the brain never shuts off. Yeah, it's very difficult to actually relax sometimes. I say sometimes. It's more like oftentimes. To be honest, I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna do if I run out of fish in this area without actually catching what I need to catch. Probably should figure out where else I need to catch fish. There are a couple I need to catch on Cyclops Lane, but I do need to buy a couple lures for that, which isn't that bad. If fish respawn on a global timer, yes. So I'll need to wait a bit for them all to come back. But of course I still need my... Still want to get use out of my elixirs, so I'm gonna have to get a Cyclops Lane for the fish there. Oh, welcome, Rio, and thank you for the raid. For those who don't know me, I'm Juniper Lee, baddie VTuber and challenge runner. Currently trying to do an Ironman challenge of Wizard101, though finally. Though it's very much starting off slow. And welcome, Michi. Thank you for the health check. There we are. How is your stream? What were you up to? I'm guessing more Final Fantasy. Wizard101 is such a throwback. Looks much different from when you played it back then for free. They have definitely done a bit of visual updating for early areas and some of the enemy models as well. I just need this and this and this. I really should have used or bought the reveal fish school spell. I also added fishing, as you can probably see. Final Fantasy 14, but the usual savage raid was much pain. Does that just not has all of the drop rates here? They have really low drop rates for the gear you're looking for. So is that mid to late 2000s vibe that you love? It definitely feels nostalgic, but also I played it as a kid, so I should go ahead and sell these so I can actually buy the reveal fish skull. There we are. I also still need to do that health check. Sorry about the delay. I forget which of these was fire. I'm just gonna scare them both off. You're hoping that you today with group, but you guess you're not ready yet. That's unfortunate. Welcome, Zerfix. And thank you, Real, for the 6 months of subscribing now. I am having a lot of trouble speaking today. I often have trouble speaking anyway, but let me actually do that health check. Give me a second. There we are. Health has been checked. Hopefully I can get the shrine I need here. Simply dodge the giant red glowing rings. Is that what you need to do for the rain? My understanding is that's largely how the combat works. You can basically ignore everything else and try dodging the dang glowy areas. For every MMO, actually. Oh, Wizard101 certainly doesn't play that way. Hope Wizard's going well and I'm having a good weekend. Thank you. Hope your weekend is going well. I've made a lot of progress editing. And that's not even funny. And I do feel like it's going to be my best video yet by a significant margin. But also, I am not confident in my ability to make a good thumbnail. Welcome, Bells. Good morning. Savage Reeds don't have red glow rings normally. From what I've picked up on... Is that the one where you need to position yourself based on the different colors? Really, aren't you talking about that before? I'm also starting to run low on energy here. I might run out before catching what I'm looking for. At which point, I guess I just need to go and try to level up quickly. And my energy bar can refill. There we are. I also played a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV earlier. It's... honestly, I'm having a hard time really getting into the game. It'll depend on how the fight's designed, but some points don't show you tells you'll have to know it because you got in normal mode. That sounds potentially annoying. Alchemister. I guess the wizarding. I am trying to do my fishing quest. Don't want to bombard my brain with stuff I might not have seen yet. That's understandable. I cannot see what's going on here. Of course, the fish turns as soon as I start casting it. You know, some very uncooperative fish. There we are. Just need to get this last one and then back to questing, I guess. The waterfall effect really makes it hard to see. At least I mainly just need the audio cue for knowing when to reel this in. There we are. Okay, so... I guess I'm going to Seaside Drake now. Fastest way to get there is to just teleport to my dorm room. I am thinking about making an adjustment to my rule set. Just to further eliminate some of the grinding that I would need to do. Because some of the item drops I'm going to need that aren't available in the bazaar can end up taking hours just to grind for. I'm wondering whether that's something I should just use my shared bank for. Time for Cyrus Drake to suggest I get expelled because I took too long to get his dry cleaning. Welcome, Neon. I did look into a couple of thumbnail programs I can make thumbnails in. So one of them I kind of ran away from because there was a lot of AI generated images that the site was using. That being Canva. And the other GIMP I tried downloading but couldn't get it working properly. So either I'm going to have to take more time learning that, or I'm going to have to use something else. It's probably not going to be bad once I actually learn it, though. I'm probably going to try that. But for now, you're stuck with my Google Drawings thumbnails. I probably should have teleported to my mark there. Oh well. I get the Cyclops Legionnaire quest. What else do I have in here? Yeah, so it's fine. I do want to get that Abikia Doodle quest at some point. It's basically just free experience points. Just have to run around talking to people for it. And I guess I'll just gold face. I think that makes the most sense here. Just took a look at my thumbnails. You love the Fossil Fighters one? Thank you. It's kind of scuffed, but... And I really like using the panic emote as well. The Soul Link Cage Block is good too. I thought it was funny when I made it, but I also think that's way too busy of a thumbnail. It's not really easy to look at and I guess immediately make sense of. And thank you for the bits for the giant panic emote. Okay, what am I doing here? Right, I need to go get my level 10 gear. Probably need to fight Sergeant Skull Splitter first. Never mind, I guess they changed that quest. No more, I'm not sure why, but Sergeant Skull Splitter has it. All the things in this game just feel very iconic, but then get changed. And it feels kind of sad. But that also just might be me putting emphasis on things that really don't need emphasis put on them. Honestly, I think my biggest complaint with Google Drawings for thumbnails is putting text on them never seems to look right. I think part of it is just not having the option to use transparency or put any kind of border around the letters. It's just color the letters and then you can have a highlight that looks awful, so we never use it anyway. And the highlight also cannot be transparent. You see what I mean? Looking at my thumbnails, I take it? I'd be surprised if you actually used Google Drawings yourself. Also, sometimes it just removes fonts that I use for no reason. Yeah, you've never used Google Drawings? I'm not sure who does. As far as I'm aware, I'm the only person I know who uses it. But I think in middle and high school, I just got very used to using Google Drive in general. So I just kind of default to it a lot of the time. Even though there are probably better options for a lot of the things I use it for. You used MS Paint when you edited my height picture and the Blue's birthday art you made? I see. MS Paint is also kind of iconic, but I've never used it myself. As far as I know, it's a sorry, I'm starting to wonder whether I actually have enough damage in this deck to finish this fight. Because I think he has a death resist for ghouls. It shouldn't be that strong though, I don't think. I do have 2 ghouls in the deck. His death resist is almost certainly not higher than 50%. It's only rank 2. should be fine here. Yeah, one more will do it. Just have to make sure I don't die first. Anyway, I'm not really familiar with Microsoft Office in general. I think I've tried using Microsoft Word before, but it was very frustrating to deal with. And I never really used their other programs. Alright, Surgeon Skull Splitter down. And I should actually be done with Trade Avenue. Can I actually pick that up, please? Not that I really have anything to use flax for anyway. Oh, welcome, Tyler. Go ahead and equip that for now. So ideally I can hit level 10 soon. How do you finish that quest? Right, I need to talk to Abby K. Doodle to get that quest. Didn't take long to do. How's it going? It's going alright, thank you. Honestly, just trying to get through this slow early game. I can start actually getting into the interesting parts of the game. How are you doing? Once I hit level 10, I am going to be locking my level, so that way I'm not going to be over-leveled. I'll be unlocking it once I beat Lord Nightshade, though. The level 10 gear I just got, I am going to be sticking with until the Rocketopia gear. I'll probably be stuck with that for a while. And well, is this my first character? It is not. I have played a fair amount of this game, but I wanted to do a kind of challenge run for it. That being said, I'm not sure how difficult it's going to be. At least in Arc 1. Getting into Arc 2, it should be a lot more difficult. Into Roberto's lair. It's just the skeleton key tutorial. I think I'm gonna have to save these up until one zigzag. But I'm not actually sure when I'm realistically going to be able to get zigzag gear. Or water reeks for that matter. Doing challenge runs, you're doing one on your myth yourself. He's going as far as he can with as little as he can get away with doing so. Yeah, it's understandable. Challenge runs are just fun and help make games more interesting than they normally are. Why do you choose myth though? Seems like... I mean, I guess it's just a solid all-around school. And after, like, Frogotopia, at least its minions fall off by quite a bit. And is Roberto down? Back to Diego. I probably should make sure I'm not missing more quests. I have not done a great job with keeping up with everything they've been adding. Oh, right. The Pictomancy quests. No particular reason. You started out at a level 0-1 from the bazaar and sell everything until it kills using it in the starter deck. I see. I do think in terms of early game, myth is very strong. Largely thanks to the minions. It's very silly that they added it. Not just one quest, but an entire side quest line dedicated to taking screenshots. Mr. Lincoln. It is nice that it only costs 1 mana for now to actually teleport. I'm used to it taking a lot more than that. Hopefully she use that. I do think a big appeal of this game is the deck construction and I guess spending your training points wisely. So I think having a go ahead and hide that for now. Having a rule set that I guess highlights that or those aspects of the game is most appealing to me. Oh, hello, windroses. And I did want to make it realistic for this challenge to actually get further than just the end of Arc 1. But as a consequence, I think Arc 1 might not be that much of a challenge, unfortunately. That is a big reason I am using level caps, though. Back to Feral's Elf Pathfinders, I guess. And we could at Dark Cave. Doesn't really matter that much, I don't think. Only level 70, about to start Avalon. Haven't used Spirit Blade or Spirit Trap once yet. Only used Feint to make farming waterworks faster. Not using any amulets until level 40. New Vexing Imp. Not actually sure what Vexing Imp is. Oh, is that the pet that you got from the pet quest that they actually ended up removing? Currently using a first generation party Corgi. I'm pretty lucky with on talents. I'm not actually sure where party Corgi comes from. And I think I should just go back to Fairycat Alley. Vulcan Flygon. I'm still not really sure why they removed that quest, because they didn't really replace it with anything. They had pet sounds, which got replaced with that quest, which gave arguably more useful pets. Since they're class specific, I guess school specific, I should say. But then they just removed it with zero replacement, which I find very weird. You even still get a blue Cyclops from a penny quest. Or did they remove that too? I ended up just buying a dragon pet from the shopping district because it didn't really have any better options. So it looks like my fishing elixir is running out without getting any more use from it, but that's not a big deal. Not a lot more I need to do for that quest anyway. 2 goals is enough for this. The Cleveland Browns are awful. Is that a sports team? Main thing you have with it is a couple sharpened blades right now, which is good to have early on. Sharpened blade is very nice to have. Managed to get a bit of piercing critical on it, which helped massively in carrying you through the rest of the way to level 60. I think having access to things that you normally wouldn't have access to until much later early on can feel a bit unfair at times. Don't worry about Cleveland. Alright. What's this game? It's Wizard101. A fairly old MMO that's also basically a card game. Is card battling for lack of a better way of putting it. This guy's name is just Hermit. It's quite the name to have. And that's not actually the name, it's just Red a Dark Kettle. Never mind. Scratch that thing I said. Yeah, you can have Triangle Duelist that give Mass Prism at 55. And you can only chain a spell at level 70. As someone who largely plays balance, I've never really had to worry about Mass Prism anyway. Welcome, Ariel. Hey. Oh, is that a wand emoji? Not seeing that in the YouTube emotes. I just like this one. Yeah, I am probably gonna go ahead and take the early Archmastery jewel. And another thing that I'm definitely not going to take advantage of that my friend told me about is apparently you can buy a bunch of strong enchantments. Basically, at the start of the game. Okay, is that? That's not a Twitchy mode, is it? Are you just able to use Apple emojis in chat or something? Yes, that wouldn't surprise me. I'm feeling very stiff. Seems like I've been feeling stiff a lot lately. Hello, Boris. Default pan of Windows key and press. You can open up emojis. I am not entirely sure what you mean by that. I'm thinking about getting someone bashing on Ghoul, saying it's a terrible spell. But honestly, its damage isn't even that bad compared to something like Scorpion. This is a plugin that lets you type colon, then start typing the name of an emoji. It sounds convenient, but I think there's already something built in for Twitch emotes like that. Oh, I see what you mean now. That is kind of a lot of emotes. It doesn't really stand out to me though. From the brief look I had. Back to rotting fodder, huh? You think it happens on other sites too? That would make sense. Is that where that wand emote is from? I feel like I just have kind of a jumble of random emotes. Or not emotes. And my mind's on emotes. A jumble of random quests I have to get through. And I guess that happens when the main quest line splits into 3 like this. Now everyone's just spamming emotes. But yeah, it looks like that is where it's from. It else just happens to be the spy just in a different realm. I don't think I have which realm I'm in made public right now. But and it'd be obvious if I were in the same as you. Is this +2 damage really make a big difference? Probably not. Probably better than nothing, though. Okay, now you're just using characters that I don't even know how to use. Oh crap, others starting. I will take my break here and I will be back in a few minutes. Alright, that's over. I am back. Wait, what did I miss? I am lost. Welcome back, thank you. What, didn't know you could do in a game? The graphics remind you of Skylanders? Really? I think I tried Skylanders but couldn't get into it. Nothing, you're just using the poor lad stuck in Agile, I see. No, I try to avoid people missing things because of event breaks. Plus, I kind of need to use that time to refill my water and stuff. I was actually just brushing my teeth. And I'll say that people confuse me sometimes. Honestly, I don't remember what Skylanders looks like, really. Can I eat dinner after stream? I do. That's not gonna be for another few hours. I'm also confused by the "didn't see you there" comment. Skylanders is elite. If anyone says otherwise, then you'll melt their brain. And from my understanding, people who were fans of Spyro before generally aren't a fan of Skylanders. But thank you for the 2 cents. I did actually get Skylanders when I was younger, but couldn't get into it. That's just your 2 cents, indeed. Oh, we want elemental shield here. Only thing you know about Skylanders is they had a cool collab with Nintendo where they had a Donkey Kong and Bowser, or a Diddy Kong amiibo. But it worked both as a Skylander and amiibo. That's interesting. I guess it doesn't surprise me that they would do a crossover like that, though. You used to have a lot of Skylanders when you were a kid. Was it a good time? And I'd imagine you enjoyed it if you had that many. I just never got into it personally, and I fizzled. I'm actually taking kind of a lot of damage here. Plus I'm going second, so it's going to be harder to heal potentially. Rare to see two competitors in the same area collaborate. Maybe Nintendo didn't see them as a threat because of the separate platform thing. Maybe? It's also just kind of a way to make money. But I guess I don't see it as that surprising. A D&D group bought every Gen 1 Skylander. And doing a playthrough before every session. Like an entire playthrough or just part of the playthrough before the session. Cool bad fact. I am kind of drawing a blank here. I believe I'm on number 18 now. You don't think you'd get that much because they don't have as much value as before? I see. Long play night might be a better description. If you're trying to say what I think you're trying to say, then maybe. Honestly, I'm kind of baffled that you're actually able to get a D&D group together that actually lasts. In my experience, that's basically impossible. For the past 14 months, dang. We stayed together for a decent bit, about a year or so. And that is way better than the luck I've had. We're in at different schedules, exactly. Plus, people are very likely to have a problem with other people. And falling outs end up happening, arguing over DMs and whatnot. Yeah, I have to admit, I am struggling with the cool bad fact right now. That would happen in my group. I've had a few different groups. When I was in middle school, trying to play with my first group, people kept arguing over DMing. Like, not being happy about the DMing and kept switching DMs, so it never actually lasted. I had one online group where I tried to join, but I felt very uncomfortable in that group and ended up dropping out before even starting. There's another online group where we went for a couple sessions until the DM said he wasn't really motivated to continue with it. More recently, I had a group where it was with local friends and basically people ended up having falling outs with each other and that group just fell apart. So it's a number of issues. Am I an instigator of the drama or an observer? Definitely an observer. Tell you what happened. Not sure what you want me to elaborate on. Your campaign is extremely homebrew, so it's browsed by your DM. Already includes the DM of his other friend group, I see. I can't imagine anyone starting beef with me. I mean, it happens. Sometimes. Curious about my experience trying to play D&D online. And I pretty much summarized it already. It does second and third groups. They got bad vibes and didn't play anything. It was more that I was feeling pressured to be more outgoing and socialize with the group more when we hadn't even had a session 0 yet. As in, the DM actually reached out to me personally about it. I thought I was being very reserved. It's... I mean, I guess they didn't like me being reserved. That's my preferred class in D&D. I guess I'm not really sure. I made a by the Dragon Blood Sorcerer I really wanted to play, but never really got a chance to. Yeah, I am really struggling to come up with something decent here. Oh, bad fact number 18. Most bats are not vampires. However, I will not help you differentiate between the two. I like how the dragon has the Gen 2 any Charizard color scheme. Are you talking about Spyro? Paladin, you love your sorceries. Okay, at class at mid-levels. I don't think I've played enough D&D to really comment on that. Which bad am I? I will leave that up to interpretation. A soul shield here. I think it's generally better to use elemental shield earlier and then weakness later in the fight. The dragon I have right now? Oh. I used one with purple and green because they're kind of my colors. Or at least as close as I could get to them. Is that a Christian cross? I mean, some people who know me should be able to tell, but there's way vampires. I figured that's who it's for. A rare gamer bat. I suppose gamer bats are fairly rare, aren't they? Maybe I should have gone scorpion there. Her death resist is significant. That being said, I'm not too worried about actually losing this fight. I'll see whether I roll high enough here. I do not. Hey, I am level 10 now, aren't I? I should probably put on my level 10 gear and go do more fishing. Let's see. Clearly cap. Tunic of the Sinker. And scholarly slippers. I also don't have an ass aim equipped. What's up with that? Nor an amulet, but I don't think this is actually going to be useful to me. There we are. I do need to... yeah, I also should lock my level. No, while I'm thinking about it. Also, I think I'm gonna go dye this gear. Just so I look halfway decent. That did not take me any closer to where I wanted to go. Yes, they're fairly equidistant, aren't they? Wanna cuddle the cat, he'll be AFK. Cuddling the cat is important. Alright. My shop is here. Should I just go purple and green? Not very bouncy colors, but yes, that works. There we are. I matched my dragon. Alright, and where do I need to fish? Wait, I bought the wrong fishing spell. I should have bought the death one. I think I am going to need all of them. May as well do that now. No point in reveal fish, that's kind of useless. Now, Unicorn Way. Catch the bonefish. Anyway, I hope you're still around, Miss Jovi, and I didn't take too long. Fish school. Wizard balance. Place. Didn't quite catch what these were. Okay, these two are balanced. That one's death, that one's life. These are all balanced. Catch all the ones over here, you there? Okay. That just leaves the death. And hopefully I can get a bonefish. I swear the fish do that on purpose. Or you'll put your lure in and they immediately turn away. Alright, got that one immediately. It's not even very easy to teleport to. And the last fish should be over this way. May as well use the teleporter. Let's start over here. Okay, these are all very tangled up. It's hard to scare away certain ones without scaring away others. Hopefully this is the mechanical armor head. And then I can go ahead and use my meth lure on the others. Nice, okay. Now I just need to worry about meth. Okay. That was easy. That quest is done. All these. I guess I can go do some pet training. Not too far off from Interval. If I don't get Balance Giver, I am probably going to need to just buy a new dragon. And I'm probably gonna have to do that anyway. No point in using snacks right now. I really should try to think more about bad facts so I'm better prepared for them when someone actually uses the redeem. Hey, swap the color scheme, you get your favorite colors. Green and purple? That definitely look a lot different. It is kind of sad that Charizard ended up having its shiny colors changed. And I guess it wasn't stereotypically cool enough. You appreciate the cat. Here's $1. Thank you. For the... It's... I am starting to heat up now, though. Probably gonna have to do more airing out of the apartment after this. Feels like that usually happens when I'm trying to stream, though. And it's probably just anxiety, but... Now that I think about it, is that maybe part of why I'm so sensitive to heat? Is that a thing? I might just be making that up. I have heard that temperature sensitivity can also be linked to overstimulation. I don't think being Alaskan really explains my heat sensitivity, considering it's weird even among Alaskans. I will say that because I am locking my level 2 and first level caps, that does mean my energy bar is going to be filling up less frequently. Which I guess also means less time spent doing pet training and things like that. Which is probably a good thing from an entertainment standpoint. And potentially disadvantageous from a challenge standpoint. Because actually having a good pet can make a big difference. That being said, I'm probably never going to have a good pet for this challenge. Since actually hatching a good one from scratch is extremely tedious and difficult. I basically need the hatchmaking kiosk to be able to breed one in a reasonable amount of time. Thank you, Hitler, for the bless. Hopefully that means I get a good pet talent here. Honestly, even if I get balance giver from this, I'm probably going to get a new dragon anyway, so I can try to get one with balance eye or whatever it's called, the accuracy one, so I can potentially hatch a dragon with both damage and accuracy on it. Which would be very helpful. Of course, pet hatching takes a lot of gold. And I'm not sure I'm going to have that much. But we shall see. Not sure what else I'd be spending the gold on, to be honest. I'm getting some server lag. It's pretty smooth so far today. They say was bound to start getting some lag eventually. Strength is almost maxed out. Then I can start training intelligence and will, I guess. Good luck of anything else to train. First, the strength is going to be irrelevant if I don't get a talent that actually uses it. I think you're gonna do it for now. It's almost 6 a.m. and you work at 9 a.m.? Have you not slept? Sleep is kind of important. Bonus energy for one more. I need sleep when you're a night person. I kinda need sleep at some point, even if it's not at night, but... Welcome in, Spent Mocha. Just about ready to get back to questing. It's not paying attention. You woke up at 5 a.m. because your sleep schedule's messed up, I see. Hope you can take a nap or something before you have to leave for work. Have a nice day. This is what I need to do. Back to Fairy Cat Alley. Now that I think about it, I never got the Dagger of Absolution recipe, did I? Kinda need that. Eight coal or sapphire. A nice stream, thank you, and yeah, have a nice day. What am I doing? I should place my crafting station. It's very bubbly. Craft one. I have to wait for the timer before I can craft the other one. And so I'll pick all these up because they're not going to be useful. And quite frankly, I don't really care about making my dorm look nice. Alright. Should lock that to make sure you don't accidentally sell it or something. I may as well clean out my bag a bit. Go ahead and feed all these to Mr. Bosco. Don't really have a reason to keep these. How much XP am I at now? I have 13 more. I really have a use for that. Or for these. It's funny how you can just feed random crap to your pets. Probably not worth keeping that. There we are. Hey, I'm not hitting what I want to hit. There we are. Problem is, all these buttons down here are hiding behind my phone. So I can't actually see what I'm clicking. I really should memorize the hotkeys. That'll make things easier. Or at least the hotkey to teleport to my mark. And now that I think about it, isn't it page up or something? I'm not gonna try that right now, but probably worth trying at some point. Or at least checking off streamer. Besides, never... Or if I haven't checked by the end of stream today. Set up alchemy table. That's a boss fight. I'd probably do this quest. Is there any... no point in going to a different teleporter? And keep... Run this way. I really do not look like a balanced wizard right now. Probably look more like a storm wizard. Oh. Not super important. Okay, how do I do this? There we are. Yes, I have to do them in a certain order. Seems like that's not usually the case in this game. And so that's all I had to do in there? Yeah, that cave does loop back to Cyclops Lane if you didn't realize. I never went to the Fairycat Alley Smith. I probably should change that. Not that I'm in a rush to. So I still need the Colossus Boulevard one. Which I'm not gonna get access to until after Lord Nightshade. These early fights really are easy. Looks like another ad break's coming in a few minutes. This guy's using a minus 25% fire shield. Which is kind of pathetic. Doesn't even get the full 80%. Honestly, it's when I do get Archmaster, I'm probably gonna stick with Death until I get Spectral Blast at least. I am forgetting when I do get Spectral Blast. Let me grab this chest over here. And I can probably take one of these out before the end start. Maybe around the time I'd start. Let's be honest, this is probably gonna take longer. Just because the actual animations take so long. I guess it does go quicker if the skeleton passes. Or maybe I get a power pimp. I did not get a power pimp. As long as I don't fizzle, it'd be fine. It is starting in a few seconds now. Okay, this fight's over. I am going to take my break and be back in a few minutes. Alright, that's over. I am back. This outbreak was barely 20 seconds. What happened? I don't know. For whatever reason, Twitch is inconsistent with the length of ads that they actually play. And I've noticed it on other channels too, where I'm watching and a 30 ad break, or a 3-minute ad break is supposed to start, and then I only get 20 to 30 seconds, something like that. I've also heard sometimes it plays ads for longer than they're supposed to. You have a quest for me? Yes, so. Why did I just hear? I thought I heard something. I am kind of confused. I think you found me. Yes, that's possible. If this is you. Ideally, I don't want people finding out which realm I'm in just because I'm supposed to be doing everything solo, and if people are butting into my fights, then they can get in my way of actually doing that. I guess it is onto Fire Clip Theater now. That's your death wizard, I see. Just thought it was a fun challenge to try to take on. And I'd imagine it's kind of annoying constantly switching realms to try to find the right one. I don't even remember which realm I'm in right now. There really is a lot of running around in this game, isn't there? At least we have teleporters. Yeah, the smith should be somewhere around here, right? Yeah, there he is. Ulcum Lemon Sundrops. The realm I'm in is the real realm. All other realms are fake. I see, I see. That's how that works. You need to make sure I read this before I forget. The amount of back and forth with this game is abysmal. I think it's just something that's common with MMOs, though. Almost akin to a Metroidvania. At least with Metroidvanias, it's not constant back and forth. You only ever really need to backtrack when you get access to new abilities. With this, it's after every little part of a quest. At least fast traveling doesn't cost you anything in this game. I didn't just fizzle there, didn't I? I guess I am actually capable of fizzling. I don't remember whether I've done that before. In this... on this wizard, I should say. Finish it off with Scorpion, I guess. Need to make it a 1v1 as soon as possible. Because taking damage from 2 enemies at once is kind of brutal where I'm at right now. Yes, look good in Scorpion. Not in immediate danger right now. Probably should use the heal spell now, though. Good, and heartbeat. Guess there's a 5% chance of this fizzling. Now let's shield. Probably better than weakness here. Sure, let's go. Knife draining spells really are nice to have. Even if they don't heal for that much yet. Yeah, that's weakness. One more goal should finish it. Speaking of Metroidvanias, I've kind of been feeling the urge to play Silk Song again. It's been a while. I'm not even sure whether I need to transfer my save file to this PC or it's on the cloud. I guess we'll see. Or Steam Cloud, I should say. Or should I say Steam's servers? Not really sure why they're called clouds now. Do it 100% this time, maybe? I wasn't thinking about doing it on stream, or just on my own time. I think I already have enough on my plate for streaming. I might screen share it in Discord though. Thanks to Private Quinn. Still hanging around, I see. You actually have a quest for me now. I remember needing to come all the way back here. I do that often. Honestly, not as much as I'd like to. You got a bit annoyed with the notifications of people chatting about nothing. You could just turn notifications off for the server. Is jaywalking in the middle of all the enemies. And I think the enemy collision in this game is very weird. Like what counts as you actually running into an enemy. Compared to something like Toontown where it's very easy to tell because it's just a matter of your character's model making contact with the COG's character model. In this, the enemy hitboxes are a bit in front of their models. Okay, this dragon got garbage talents. I need a new dragon. You just think there's little point in being in a Discord if you mute notifications? Honestly, my default with servers is to have them muted so I don't actually get pinged when messages are sent, but the little notification thing still pops up next to a server, so when I actually check Discord I can see where there are new messages. Let's go with the same colors. Let's stick with its random name. Beagle Maya. Mr. Bosco got very useless talents. And be your luck trying to bless the pet and still failed. Unfortunate. Seems like pets just fail constantly in this game. Let's get fight Malwina Smite, I guess. Not sure there's much point in me doing this now, but oh well. Then I need to clear Cyclops Lane. There are also other servers I'm in that I just... I guess keep tabs on for important announcements or check whether there are people in VC. But those are servers I'm generally not active in. Honestly, I probably should set up role pings in my server because I don't really have those. It's rank 1, so it shouldn't have a resistance. I'd probably just take it out immediately with the Scorpion. Did not need max damage on that. Sometimes it's helpful when you get stream live notifications, but you like keeping all your socials as clean as possible. That's definitely understandable. I'm not in a bunch of Discord servers I never pay any attention to. I've heard some people actually hit the server cap, which I didn't even know existed before. Which is kind of absurd to me. And I think part of why I'm not as active in my own server is that I'm just active in other people's servers instead. So I'm not sure that's something I really want to keep up with. Now you'd probably facing death resist, but how much do you want to bet your weakest hit would still one-tap that boss? I don't know what level your death wizard is. But honestly, it wouldn't need to be that high for it to be very likely. I believe. And that's it for Firecat Alley. Back to Cyclops Lane, I guess. And my Death Wizard would almost certainly be able to one-tap it. And my Death Wizard is what? Level 60? And also has a perfect pet. And water works in zigzag gear. I think some winter tusk gear as well. Probably not winter tusk gear, actually. I think just... water works in zigzag. Do they even have a ring from Barkingham? It might not. Welcome, strange bunnies. I guess the game. I'm trying to get out of the early game still. Because things are very easy this early on. But shouldn't be too much longer before I get out of it. Do I have membership? I do not have membership. I have bought a fair number of areas with crowns though. It's max level. Oh yeah, you can probably outgo it turn 1. $600 damage if you critical, but bosses normally have around 80% resist to their class. Not this early on, that's for sure. You think it applies to all characters? Yeah, crowns areas, you just unlock it for all your characters. So you don't have to worry about paying for areas again. I probably should weakness here. I've been thinking about that. Might be roughly $200 for all the areas. It's probably more than that, actually. Because they do get more expensive later on. And that's even considering the brand sales. Wait, are you talking about with ghouls specifically? For those damage numbers? Yeah, I have never paid for a membership on an MMO. I'd rather just buy the areas and not have to worry about getting through it quickly or not being able to come back to it later. Unenchanted Dark Sprite, I see. I guess that checks out. But even then, I'd imagine you... could probably deal more with stacking blades and traps. Echoing. Damage boost. Soft caps at like 200, doesn't it? So it would definitely be excluding or including traps and blades, I think. I have no idea what you're talking about, I'll be honest. Your one hit would guarantee the one tap. It's normally 1000 damage with the crit. That is a powerful one hit, I have to say. Honestly, it kind of feels like I've been streaming longer today than I actually have been. It's likely due to lack of sleep and the work I put in editing earlier. Alright, time to fight warhorns, I guess. Yeah, did they... Whatever happened to that quest you get in Oldale Town where you briefly visit Northgard? Because I thought I would have gotten access to that quest by now, but I don't. It's possible that also got removed. Funny how the damage on the card if you're wanted is 20 points higher than the unenchanted goal, while it being completely free to cast. Yes, that's just kind of what happens when you keep making things more and more powerful at higher and higher levels. Of course, the downside is you can't actually enchant the one-hits. May as well just take this out with 2 ghouls. I don't even remember when I get access to Balance Blade. It might be worth checking. Also, I am not throwing any of my weaknesses or elemental shields. Okay, I need level 12 for that. Oh, sorry, I fizzled again. and go finish this quest. Yes, we'll do that before fighting more. I'm not sure whether it leads to anything else. Don't exactly have it memorized. It does not, okay. Just gotta fight another one then. Probably could have saved time by not going back. And just immediately fighting another one, but oh well. Not a huge deal. That'd be entirely broken. Completely straight. For 4,000 damage single target nuke. Yeah. There's a reason they don't make cards available from here enchantable. It also kind of makes spells you get from them kind of underwhelming unless they're utility spells. And that's why I like pets like the opossum so much. Because that just gives you a bunch of plants. Which of course can stack with other blades. Horn down. Probably pretty close to being ready for Lord Nightshade at this point. I'm wondering whether I'll need to change up my deck for that. His bulls are obviously going to be resistant. It has over 600 HP, I think. I also think its minion might also be death. Might need to run more balance spells. Also, why did they decide to add this bunny? This ghost bunny thing? It feels very out of place. If you could enchant one hits, it would throw the usefulness of even endgame spells into question. It would turn one AoE you can do near 5,000 with, but it costs 5 tips. Yeah, even... I mean, that would still be useful, I'd think. Just for helping take out smaller enemies. But in a long, drawn-out fight, I'd imagine most of your damage would be coming from wand hits. And that's if they were enchantable. And I fizzled again. Really hoping I can take out this minion quickly before I take too much damage. And now that I think about it, I might actually have access to more spells that I just haven't trained. I probably should check that. Is this gonna do a chunk of damage? Please don't fizzle, or I may actually need to flee. Okay. Yeah, I am actually fleeing here. Because I was at risk of dying. Fizzling twice that fight. I was very unlucky though. I do need to check Ravenwood for new spells. Actually, not just Ravenwood. Well, I don't think I get one from the Fairgrounds trainer. Insane balance. Okay, I do get Locust Swarm, which is very nice. And then I should be able to get... I don't have any training points, never mind. Yes, I can just replace the scorpions. So I don't have any other decks, do I? Let's do this. It seems fine. I probably should go get some red wisps to heal up more quickly. But yeah. Bone Cord is good for this. Especially since I still get the passive healing there. I think the weaknesses are slowing me down too much. Me casting my own weaknesses? I don't really have any other hero cost spells is the thing. I don't have blades yet. A Locust Swarm should be able to Oko the minion. As long as I don't fizzle, that means I can take it out in 3 turns. I guess theoretically faster if I had. If I got a power pit there, but power pit chance is pretty low at this point in the game. They're not a spirit shield? I don't think so. Yeah, I actually know when I get spirit shield. Oh, okay. I think I actually get Spirit Shield from finishing this quest, so... very soon. And I guess I don't really need weakness that much, considering I do already get balance resist from my gear. If I can get it, you definitely win. Oh yeah, the natural attacks can be brutal. Especially with the myth traps. Probably should just Locust Swarm here. And then I should be able to get Spirit Shield. Back to Nolan. And now they have more quests for me. Maybe I don't get it quite yet. Now that's a pet quest, isn't it? They removed the quest where you actually get pets, but they still have the quest where I need a pet to complete it. That's kind of annoying. And I saw cattail or something over there, but I guess not. You've been oku'd by him with it once? That's kind of nasty. Yep, there it is. Got Spirit Shield. That would have been nice for that last fight. What is my balance resistance? 8%. Balance also isn't that high damage of his skull. Compared to Myth, at least. Yeah, the rope shop. I never really use these shops now that I think about it. Do they sell anything remotely useful? You get 1% global resistance. 2% global resistance. First of these aren't even noteworthy. Probably should be getting used to using my hotkeys more. So I did equip my new pet. Yeah, wanted to make sure I didn't forget. I also don't really remember this quest at all. I have to get it at Beef's house in Unicorn Way. Probably should go take care of this quest. Actually gonna equip Mr. Bosco for this. I ignore hotkeys, not really. I definitely get use out of them. But I don't think I use them as much as I probably should. Alright. Time to fly around. That was not a good sound. Yeah, I don't know why that sound is so unpleasant to hear. It just is. Might also be because of my headphones, but that quest's done. Back to Ambrose, I guess. It's actually not going to be that long before the next ad break. And be like 6 minutes from now. Back to shopping district, I guess. I do not remember all these quests. Oh, this is for Colossus Boulevard. Never mind. Didn't think I had access to that quite yet. I think I should finish this other stuff first. At the very least, so I can uncap my level. So I don't have balance damage here yet. And I'm getting balance blade fairly soon. I guess there's no real downside to using off-school spells for now. But yes, that's going to change before too long. I just passed it. Yeah, I don't remember this quest being in the game. Why is he so weak? This is a quest I would have expected to get 5 levels ago. Okay, so we'll finish Lost Soul now. Yeah, it's starting in a few minutes. Finally using Spirit Shield against an ice enemy. Oh well. I don't really want to build a deck setting. I guess build multiple decks and need to switch between them for every fight. But that's just kind of tedious, plus can't beat bad news if I forget to switch. Obviously later on I'm going to need to use custom decks for boss fights, but here the term Kickstarter creep used for when a game adds in Kickstarter ads lab and you can't get it out of your head. It's so appropriate. I don't think I'm familiar enough with Kickstarter to comment on that. I do know someone who is very, very familiar with it, though. I think I've only ever backed 3 games on Kickstarter. One of them had to cancel. One of them is still in development. You look for your... Bleh. You woke up from your nap? Good morning, I guess. Thanks for the health check, and how dare you curse the run? Answer starting queue though, so I'm gonna have to take my break and do that health check and be back in a few minutes. Alright, answer over. I am back. Health has been checked. Do I think the strongest teacher in Ravenwood is? I don't think I'd have any idea. The only one you actually get to experience in combat, I think, is Cyrus, and he's kind as a pushover. Welcome back, thank you. Devs will add filler as incentives to get people to donate for stretch goals. I am familiar with that. Don't be perceived as filler, but in the end product it becomes filler that may detract or make the game less focused. I can see that happening. As I said, I haven't really experienced that myself, I don't think. Welcome, Nef Nef. You missed the bat fact. Yeah, it was a while ago. I will clip it at some point, though. Not my best work, though, I have to say. I don't think I ever clipped full bat fact 11. I don't even remember what it was. And probably had some kind of audio issue that made me not think it was worth clipping. At least that would be my guess. I actually really like Grizzleheim. Even if it's just a side world and not really important to the story. Is 11 the pet? Like, petting bats? That would have been number 17. You haven't been a recipient of Kickstarter creep, but you see things like it in games. Taste the scope so much that it unravels the entire product's quality. Especially MMOs. I can definitely see that happening. I could turn out like the Hollow Knight one. Where instead of following through and making a playable character, they end up just making a whole new game instead. It seemed Cherry is kind of a special case. Yeah, 11 was ages ago. We're on 18 now. Or rather, number 18 was today. You remember the cool bat fact? This house is here, I guess. I just think elemental and spirit shields are generally better earlier in the game because enemies they'll tend to use random spells, whereas later on they'll tend to be more focused on their specific schools. Welcome, Jason. Say hi to the very best streamer that no one ever was. That feels like an exaggeration, but I appreciate it. I'm doing mostly well, I think. Did not sleep very well, but that's not super unusual. How are you? Yes, I have no reason not to take this one out with the goal as well. I'm playing this on PC or console. I'm on PC. Well, for one thing, I don't really own any consoles. But for another, I'm not sure I would even set up stream from them. And I guess I own handheld consoles, but that's a bit different. You're trying to find console streamers? Or something in particular? As far as I know, there isn't a significant difference in that version aside from just being on a different server. Probably good in my mark. Because PC players can't play with console players. Are you specifically looking for people to play with? Because I am kind of doing a solo challenge anyway. So I should go here. I'm really not sure why they decided to add this quest. I don't feel like it really adds anything to the game. Is it okay if you follow me on Twitch? I mean, you're free to follow whoever you want on Twitch, I think. I don't think anyone would be opposed to it. You shouldn't have a resistance I need to worry about. At least not one significant enough to have ghoul, not KO. Thought you'd ask before you do. No worries. But I wouldn't be surprised if a streamer does have issue with it. And if they did, honestly, that's their problem more than anything. I already have a death shield. Oh, I have a full spirit shield up right now. May as well elemental shield. I have heard stories about streamers being very weird about stuff like that, though. You'd be surprised if any streamer got upset over a follow. I would too, but I suppose it's possible that such a streamer would exist. Even if the viewer was toxic, maybe? I guess the biggest concern would be if the viewer is someone who is known for causing issues. Particularly those known for boy who cradles kind of situations. Because then not only are you dealing with someone you would likely want to ban, you're also dealing with someone who you just don't want any attention from at all. Which can be hard to escape. That's the only reason you could think of with bad history with another streamer. Right? Also could just be someone very peculiar about that kind of thing. They've heard of streamers taking issue with someone saying hi, which seems kind of absurd because it doesn't contribute to the conversation or whatever. The big one I've heard talked about more though is using other streamers' emotes, but I think that's probably just insecurity. Welcome, Peewee. I'd rather ask because if the streamer doesn't like you first time chat, it saves it from having a bad relationship later. I guess that's understandable. Honestly, I really should be stretching more on my ad breaks. Also, PB, are you popping in to say hi specifically because I mentioned streamers taking issue with people saying hi in chat? Sometimes people can detract from stream by actively ignoring what's going on. It's understandable if there's a certain conversation going on that it focuses on. Because it can just feel, I guess, tone deaf, for lack of a better way of putting it. Also, there are definitely times when off-topic discussion is perfectly fine. And also when it comes to other streamers' emotes, if you're paying for a subscription, you're gonna want to be able to use the emotes. That's just kind of how Twitch works. You'd imagine it would be frustrating for a streamer to almost be third reeled in a stream if two chatters are talking to each other and the streamer doesn't know what's going on. Honestly, I've kind of been there before. But when that happens, I just kind of let them chat and not try to comment on it. But also, I don't think I have ever had a chat that's quite active enough for clutter to be an issue. Not really sure what point that would be a concern. Or at what point that would be a concern. This is not my first ever Wizard 101 character, if that's what you're asking. It's my first attempt at this challenge, though. And this is not the only game I stream. I do a number of Nuzlockes. I kind of have it run and bun Nuzlocke on hiatus since I'm behind on editing. As well as a Souling cage lock that is kind of going very slowly because trying to coordinate this many people is a pain. But I'm also doing a Fossil Freddy's Nuzlocke that is just streaming yesterday. I'll also likely be returning to my Dungeon Defenders challenge at some point in the future. Not sure when that's gonna be, though. Has yet opportunity to interact with that yet? Oh well. May as well start with Spirit Shield. I think I want to pull the haunted minion as soon as possible. Then I can worry about Foul Gaze. And this is who I'm fighting, right? Yeah. Which means I am very close to fighting Lord Nightshade. Which is the final boss of main story Wizard City. After that, I'll be able to uncap my level. And actually get into Colossus Boulevard, which is going to be harder than things have been so far. I should also get my first AoE before too long. That's at level 16, I think. But I don't actually know how many levels worth of experience I have saved up right now. Probably not that much. Especially since I don't think it's been that long since I locked my level. Another Locust Swarm should be a KO as long as I don't min roll. I just pass here. Never mind, Fog uses healing. I now need a max roll to KO with this. And I get the max roll. Okay. Makes things easy, I guess. Got that done. Entrance of Haunted Cave. I can probably go craft that other Dagger of Absolution. And by probably, I mean definitely. I know it's been long enough. There we are. Missed the button I was trying to click. Go ahead and hide that quest for now. And now I go behind. Wait, do I not go behind there yet? Guess I don't go behind there yet. Never mind. I had no reason to come back here. 2 days ago you beat Ascension 2 on STS board game as Watcher. Congrats. I'm not actually sure how strong Watcher is compared to the other classes on board game. The characters, I should say. I don't think I have as much experience with it. Or have heard as much about it from other people compared to the video game. A lot of things to pick up. I guess that's the nice thing about recent updates. You should be over here. In your personal opinion, she's insanely broken and second best character in the game after Ironclad. I guess that's not surprising. Though I personally just have mostly played Defect. Just because it's my comfort character. I get a better ring. You're so bad with him? With Defect? Honestly, I think he's a lot easier to play in the board game compared to the video game. Just bad at building Defect decks. I guess that's understandable. I think the board game also makes his viable archetypes more limiting. Or more limited, I should say. You say should change up my deck for this. His elemental shield isn't going to be doing much. Ghoul isn't going to be doing much. Any scorpions? His lightning and ice swords are strong. His dark rooms are also strong if you get the powers for them. Maybe I should have taken elemental shields. Just for the field guard. Also, I want to make sure I take out the field guard quickly. Go ahead and weakness it. I guess Scorpion Locust Swarm is what I need to use to take it out. If you build in the powers too early, you could get burned pretty bad. Yeah, you definitely need the energy relics to support it, that's for sure. Because otherwise, you're not going to be able to get them up without taking a lot of damage. I'm not gonna put another weakness on the field guard right now. Dual cast and multicast with dark orbs, in my experiences, the best way to deal lots of damage with effect. Ow. I don't know why I said ow to that hit specifically. That wasn't even that big of a hit. I'm just getting kinda low. Hopefully this doesn't fizzle. Okay. Definitely in a much better position now. Probably should try to heal a bit. I guess that works. Hopefully draw some spirit shields here. Your Ascension 1 run, you got her in a rare from Meow. Got the Amplify power and didn't see anything good whatsoever. Not sure how you won. I think Rainbow is your only source of Dark Orb. That is kind of awkward. But sometimes you do just get weird decks that work. I was playing Sideboard 2. Took a Pandora's box that ended up giving me a let's say a deck that seemed awful at first glance, And depending on what you drew, was awful. But if you get decent draw luck, could actually be very strong. I really need to heal. Good and Pixie. Oh, the rainbow is chaos. Oh, yeah. Chaos in the board game. Now that I think about it, does chaos even exist outside the board game? Chaos is not a reliable source of any specific orb type. That being said, I have gotten good use out of that card. I should have enough damage here as long as Lord Nightshade doesn't heal too much. Upgrades to 2 in the video game. I guess that checks out. I don't think it's a card I've ever actually taken in the video game. If I get 2 minimum rolls here, I can be screwed. As long as this isn't a minimum roll, we should be fine though. It is not a minimum roll. That was a high roll, I think. Kinda forced to pass here. It can be okay sometimes, but really niche. The thing is, in Soylent Spire, in the video game at least, orb management is a lot more specific. So orbs being random can throw you off. Did I already get this? I did. Is that? It's probably... And I guess it could be worth it over the other one, but that's pre-buff Dark Elf as well. Or Fire Elf, I mean. Doesn't really matter, it's not like I'm using either one. I can talk to Penny now since that counted for the quest. Inside the Spire 2, you love Catastrophe and Cascade. I'm forgetting what Catastrophe does. Cascade can be fun to use though. Makes you feel alive. 2 mana great card plays 2 cards from the deck. Upgrades to 3. I see. I don't think I've used colorless cards all that much, so I guess that's probably why I've never played it. That sounds very fun though. Even if it is only really good in certain deck archetypes. Primarily ironclad archetypes. and she's gone. This is how you get the blue Cyclops, isn't it? And I guess I still can't uncap my level because I haven't finished the main storyline yet. Still have to fight some field guards. The brain leecher now can definitely get a 2. I definitely want it upgraded. It makes sense. The sea play co-op for fun, A1 only. I've played up through A10 co-op, but I don't think I've actually beaten A10. But I've also, I think, only played it once since getting my new PC. And I don't even remember how long it's been since then. At least a couple months. Yeah, to A9 silent, A regents, and A3 on defect. That's surprising. I've had a much easier time climbing ascensions on defect compared to the other characters. But also I might be alone in that. VGen's been the hard one for me. Your win-loss ratio is abysmal for defect only. I might just be weird in the sense that I'm more comfortable on defect compared to the other classes, whereas most players are not. Regent is fun. I just struggle with him compared to the others. And I may as well hit right now, I think. Going to need to hit it with at least one scorpion. Lots of RNG and you need to balance his star generation. Yeah, I will not touch his card generation builds. I've tried it, it's awful. Also, I forgot to put ghouls back in my deck. I should make sure I do that. Star builds have been fun to use though. Color of Creation Arsenal is absurd. I don't know, when I tried it I just got really bad luck, and I don't really like decks that rely on luck that much anyway. I try to make decks as consistent as possible. I also try to make my decks very small for that same reason. They start feeling large to me even in the late teens. It feels like I'm just not drawing what I need. When I need it. Can't like that it's so difficult to lean out your deck in 2 as opposed to 1. My experience is the opposite. I have a much easier time sending out my deck in 2 than in 1. Largely because it seems like there are more events that let you do it, and more Niao's blessings that let you do it. But yeah, the ascension that increases the removal cost is brutal. And there's another fizzle. And Hiccup did not feel good. It's a gold increase. Yeah, even with the golden trees, I find that I'm not really hurting for card removal. It is rough compared to earlier ascensions, though. I really need to keep fighting more of these. I'm unlucky with my drops, I guess. I just realized how long I've been streaming for. Honestly, I haven't gone quite as far as I would have liked to in this time. I'm a trooper. And I haven't really been streaming that long today. Definitely streamed longer yesterday. By about an hour, but... I do think I'm gonna call it pretty soon. Before the next ad break, at least. Streaming for hours is still really hard. It can be. I also think how difficult streaming for a certain period of time can be is dependent on how you're feeling that day. Also just what you're doing on stream. It can definitely feel harder some days compared to other days. It shouldn't be all I had to do to unlock Truckatopia, though. I guess I still have more running around to talk. the NPCs. Now I get to go and do the waterfall. Or behind the waterfall. And see what's behind the story. Secrets behind waterfalls is such a cliche at this point, though. You love it? It is cool. I think I was shocked when it happened. Or I thought it was the coolest thing when I first discovered this playing this game. Every time you see a waterfall, you have to check. That's it. Definitely understandable. Also, I can get spells from here, I think. Never mind. It doesn't teach any balanced spells. Also, isn't there... Where is Mila's stinger? I guess she just doesn't exist until later. In Baldur's Gate 3, you missed the waterfall thing. Like, you missed what was behind the waterfall? Black Mantle, oh boy. I swear that spell exists just to annoy the player when NPCs use it. Alright. I can now go to Krokotopia. Which means I can enchant my level again. I am level 12. Additionally, I have to go back to Ravenwood. Welcome, butterflies. You cast Encore. I'm not even in battle right now. Hey, I can get my spell quest. I can get my gardening tutorial quest. I can get my monstrology tutorial quest. Get my daily quest tutorial quest. And then get the quest line for Crab Alley. Which I guess I'm gonna be doing after Colossus Boulevard. I do need to use up my energy now that I've leveled up. You looked behind one and it was the wrong one. That's kind of tragic, actually. At least if I'm interpreting that right, that you checked behind a waterfall to see whether there was a secret. There wasn't one there. So you just didn't bother to check other waterfalls where there was a secret. I probably shouldn't have taken that teleporter. Oh well. Alright, and now I go to the pet pavilion. I saw a YouTube video later. Thought you knew there was a waterfall cave secret. This is somewhat related, but also kind of not. I guess I probably shouldn't go into it because it's potential spoilers. But basically, relating to a webcomic that I was reading, I had an idea of something that could exist in that webcomics universe. And then later on it was revealed that not only did it exist, but it was part of some big plot twist. And I was disappointed in myself that I didn't see it coming. Because I had basically predicted part of it, but not the complete twist. It looks like ads are starting soon. I probably want to actually finish this. Oops. You've been in the game twice, can I hint? I'm talking about a webcomic I read. I guess I'm still reading because it's still not finished. But the big twist I'm talking about happened a while ago. As in several years ago. I've never played Elden Ring, so I wouldn't know anything about that game. Or are you talking about Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah, I've never played that game either. So I wouldn't have anything to say related to it. I don't know why, but I got that game and Elden Ring mixed up in my head, which doesn't make any sense because from what I've heard, they're completely different games. But I also have played neither one. And now I was talking about a webcomic. Should have time to do this before I'd start. Which webcomic? It's unordinary. I think I mentioned it before when we were talking about fandoms. But yeah, that's one I've been keeping up with for almost a decade now. But yeah, answer is starting here, so I will be back in a few minutes. Right, answer over. I am back. I think I'll go ahead and finish my training. And then call it for the day. Welcome back, thank you. I feel like this just takes a while. And I shouldn't say feel like. I know from experience it just takes a while. It's not something I can really autopilot. I at least need to semi-pay attention to what's going on. But anyway. Hopefully I get some actually good talents on this. Or I'm gonna have to buy another dragon pet. Did a manga that the same premise? Ordinary guy in a world of superpowers. Really good, but you forgot its name. And let's be honest, that also kind of describes Boku no Hero Academia. Yeah, that's... I don't know, I feel like that universe, or that story I should say, doesn't really... At least from what I've seen. Doesn't really go all that deep into what kind of society would come from people having superpowers. My Hero Academia breaks out immediately. Use Daiku powers. That is pretty immediate. I guess he does go through a training arc for it, doesn't he? And by training arc, I mean a montage of dragging trash around the beach. And that's about it. My Hero Academia spoilers, I guess. Does it really count as a spoiler if it happens, like, right at the start? I mean... I guess he could say what happens at, for example, the end of episode 1 in Shigofumi is definitely a spoiler if you explain it, but... I don't know, Shigofumi is also just very different in nature from My Hero Academia. Not sure whether anyone in chat presently has actually seen Shigofumi though. That one's definitely a lot more obscure. Great anime though, I definitely recommend it. That being said, I do think the earlier episodes are stronger than the later ones. You'd have to be so unattached to anime culture in general to be surprised by the My Hero Academia knowledge. It'd be like saying Game of Thrones is set in the Middle Ages time. I guess. And it's obviously a very popular anime that everyone talks about, it seems like. But also Game of Thrones setting is something that's kind of immediately apparent. But I'm also not someone who tends to keep up with what's mainstream. This is somewhat related, but somewhat unrelated. As someone who recently started playing Final Fantasy XIV, I've noticed that people throw out a lot of initialisms and just expect people to know what they mean. Despite me as a new player having no idea what they mean. Now that I think about it, I've run into something similar before. Which also kind of circles back to the whole fandom culture thing we were talking about last stream. My ex who got me into Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Oops. Would use initialisms like that when talking to me about it that I just wouldn't get immediately. And they basically said that it was a fandom thing. That manhwa got so boring. Well, that's the thing. I read the entire web novel since the webcomic is adapted from the web novel. And I really liked the web novel. But I will say it gets better later on. And I don't understand why they made the decision to adapt it to a web comic, because I don't think it really works as a web comic. And then has the constellations, yeah, with the sole reader of the web novel that ends up becoming reality. Explaining why it wouldn't work as a webcomic would be very spoilery though, so I'm not going to do that. I'll just say that it makes very good use of its medium that doesn't really work in other media. It's so generic, you hate the ones that have zero attention because there's no way the MC is ever in a position to lose. It's... I will will say it's definitely not generic when you actually start getting into the thick of it. It does take a while to get there, though. But it also kind of comes back to with it. That was just a misinput. It also comes back to, again, its use of the medium. And for that reason, I will never actually recommend the webcomic. I have had people who have read some of the webcomic try to tell me that it works just fine as a webcomic. But, I mean, I'm just gonna say I'm not sure why they think they know what they're talking about when they haven't actually read the web novel. Your younger cousin read it, and is a fan. You are quite surprised, as in the web novel, or just the web comic. Just him and put him on blast. I mean, it's like hearing someone say, I haven't seen the Mona Lisa, but I've read the poem adaptation and I think it works just fine. I'm not sure which it was, probably whichever is more popular. And the webcomic is probably more popular just because it's on Webtoon. But it's also only a small part of the story compared to the actually complete web novel. And as I said, I don't even know how it's going to work later on. Half the main themes don't even work. Pretty close to actually emptying my energy here. Ended up streaming a bit later than I intended to end, but oh well. I guess that's not really a problem. I do really need to eat food though. Bonus 20 minutes, it's good, you like it? And it's good at least. Oh, welcome, Babu, thank you for the health check. I'll do that as soon as I get the chance to. I shall be as soon as this pet game's done. I wasn't even looking when I was going. Mana gift. That's better than what Mr. Bosco is getting, at least. So that's something. Then I just need something better. Ideally, damage or accuracy. Yeah, this put is already more useful than the last one. Anyway, I guess it's time to find someone to raid out. Sorry, just got here. I guess I could raid this person. I haven't raided her before. I got raided into her at one point. But anyway, next stream should be on Saturday. Going to be, well, probably gonna be seeing where my fossil feathers nuzlocke. And I think that maybe some Discord thing will happen. I honestly could not tell you. I feel like my focus has mostly been on clipping and editing lately. I am going to try to get my run and bun video out in the next few days. Ideally tomorrow, but it's very much dependent on when I can actually get a thumbnail done for it. Next Wizard101 stream, I'm guessing, will be on Sunday. But as always, thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next one.